Enhancing the defense equipment and technological cooperation between India and Japan is one of our key priority areas. In our meeting today, I had the opportunity to propose engagements in emerging and critical technological domains.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh announcing that India and Japan would further deepen their defense cooperation with India, inviting investment by Japanese defense companies, and both countries planning a joint military drill involving their Air Force fighters. The announcement came at the end of the 2+2 dialogue held in Tokyo, in which Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar held talks with their Japanese counterparts. India, like Japan, is bolstering its military to tackle what it sees as increased security threats, including from neighboring China.
Strengthening our foreign policy coordination is essential to realize the full benefits of the substantial convergence in our interests and outlook. They obviously concentrate on the Indo-Pacific, but extend to many other regional, global, and multilateral platforms as well. The exchange of views on the crucial situations facing the international community today was particularly useful.
India and Japan, along with Australia and the United States, are members of the Quad group of nations and hold annual naval exercises across the Indo-Pacific to demonstrate interoperability.
We welcome the significant expansion of our security and defense cooperation between Japan and India, and we have confirmed that it will be further strengthened to a higher level.
Ahead of the 2+2 dialogue, Rajnath Singh held the defense minister's meeting with his Japanese counterpart, Yasukazu Hamada, where he spoke about the importance of defense partnership and the critical role it will play in ensuring free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific region. Rajnath Singh highlighted that the growing complexities in India-Japan bilateral defense exercises is a testimony to the deepening of defense cooperation between the two countries. Both the ministers expressed their commitment in continuing bilateral and multilateral exercises, including Dharmagajan, Jimex and Malabar. They welcomed the operationalization of the reciprocal provision of supply and services agreement during exercise Milan in March this year. The two ministers agreed that the early conduct of the inaugural fighter exercise will pave way for much greater cooperation and interoperability between the air forces of the two countries. Raksha Mantri emphasized on the need to expand the scope of partnership in the field of defense equipment and technological cooperation. Speaking at the dialogue, Dr. S. Jaishankar said the relationship between two countries has gained new meaning in recent years, adding that the second 2+2 ministerial meeting demonstrates the commitment of both nations toward strengthening bilateral security, strategic aspects and defense cooperation. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
And that brings us to our In Focus tonight. Our In Focus tonight is expanding India-Japan defense partnership. That's our In Focus, a talking point tonight, expanding India-Japan defense partnership. And to talk more about that, I'm joined by S.R. Aizawl, former senior diplomat, and Dr. Jagannath Panda. He's the International Research Fellow at the Cannon Institute for Global Studies in Tokyo. He's joining us from Tokyo. Thank you, both gentlemen, for joining us on the show. Well, that is the In Focus tonight, and yes, all right, first to you, Ambassador Aizawl. What do you see now that we know the outcomes of the 2+2 dialogue? What, in your opinion, was achieved today at this dialogue?
It was a very important dialogue, very timely dialogue, and the outcomes are very clear.
Mm-hmm.
The first dialogue was in 2019, and since then the situation has changed. As External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar said, that the dialogue was to address new challenges and ongoing conflicts. And he did not name the conflicts, but the Japanese Foreign Minister, in his introductory remarks, which were open to the media, clearly mentioned South China Sea.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned the challenges of China in Taiwan Strait's live ammunition fire, and also the Chinese missiles in Japanese EEZ. Now, the outcomes have been that gradually the collaboration and exercises between our armed forces have been increasing. Malabar, of course, is very much, Malabar exercises along with the United States and Australia are very well known. But now they're in Milan exercises, Japan participated for the first time, then JIMEX, it has been fifth exercises have taken place. In Dharma Guardian, again third exercises have taken place between the ground forces. And as our Defense Minister Raksha Mantri said, that there would be very soon an exercise in the fighter pilots, and that means interoperability, communications between the fighter pilots of Japan and India. And most important, our Raksha Mantri invited Japanese to invest in our defense industry, in the defense corridor, because Japan has been trying to strengthen India's manufacturing capacity in the civilian sector. We recently saw Suzuki's very major announcements for rupees 30,000 crore investment, fresh investment in India, electrical vehicles, etc. So now the Japanese have to step up and come also in our defense industry.
Okay.
And I'm sure privately, this was all said publicly, but privately much more would have been said. And also I'm sure on Japan and India do not really see eye to eye in Ukraine, because Japan has taken a very strongly anti-Russia position, and this would be an opportunity for India to perhaps moderate Japan's stand.
Okay. Dr. Panda, as Ambassador Aizawl said, that in such sort of meetings, there are things which are said publicly, which give you a sense of, what transpires at that dialogue. But behind closed doors, specific issues are discussed, plans are discussed, strategies are discussed, a thrust of the policy is discussed. Clearly, China would have been the elephant in the room. Let's look at what Dr. Jaishankar says. He said, noted the progress in various facets of the bilateral cooperation, but discussed the current regional and global issues. Agreed to expand and intensify our consultations. Also going on to say, a stronger India-Japan partnership is good for each other, for the Indo-Pacific and for the global order. The defense ministers separately held a meeting where they said defense cooperation needs to be deepened. In fact, they put it out in public domain that the air forces will conduct military drills after the navies have been conducting. Is this a military alliance that we are seeing that is forming?
Well, time will only say whether we are going to move towards a military alliance, but I think this particular dialogue is significant in three ways. One is that this dialogue is happening at a post-Abe era. As we know, Abe Shinzo, the former Prime Minister of Japan who died recently, was assassinated. He has been the linchpin for India-Japan strategic partnership, strategic global partnership. And he has also emphasized time and again that India and Japan should have a strong defense cooperation. So to that effect, this is a continuation from the leadership legacy that Abe had left. Second is, as you rightly pointed out, that there is a alliance structure is emerging within the between the two countries. So the second point, what we have to take a note of is that the requirement of the defense capabilities in both the countries. If we take the case of Japan, Japan is definitely reinforcing and trying to emerge as a greater defense country and spending a lot in terms of its defense budget. India too is also doing the same. So there is a common synergy, domestic synergy emerging in both of the constituencies in Japan and India, which is actually making this defense partnership look like an alliance partnership. The third point that we have to take note of is that this 2+2 dialogue is happening and complementing to the existing dialogues, which is also making partly to look this partnership to emerge as a look like defense partnership. One, if we take a note of it, that in 2021, we had a dialogue on disarmament and non-proliferation dialogue between Japan and India. Also in 2021, we had a maritime affairs dialogue. In 2021 November, we had a space dialogue program. Then in June 2022, we had a cyber dialogue program. So this 2+2 dialogue program also complements all of these 2021-2022 dialogue mechanism. Therefore, it looks like that the defense partnership is strengthening, and there is a much closer, deeper, enhanced partnership is in awaiting, which will imbibe some sort of alliance building partnership to an extent in Indo-Pacific.
Okay. Ambassador Tal, if we can understand very clearly, you know, when the Quad meets, when the Quad says, well, it is coming together of like-minded countries, of democracies, which want an open, free, inclusive Indo-Pacific, they stop short of calling it a military alliance. China cries hoarse, saying, look, they are all ganging up on us. It is a military alliance. The Quad sort of, says, no, it is not. But individually, important countries bilaterally strengthen their defense partnerships. India, Japan, US is a strategic partner. There is a huge defense component to it. In fact, the INS Virat that we put out has an American GE engine. Now, Vikrant put out has a GE engine. There is a defense partnership, the defense angle to it. Now, as Dr. Panda was saying, the cyber dialogue, cyber security dialogue, or the maritime dialogue, all have a strategic heft to it. So, put it out very clearly for us to understand, for the viewer to understand, that is it a defense security military partnership that is building within the framework of Quad?
See, this is certainly not a military or defense alliance, because alliance means some kind of a commitment for collective security. They also have a formal agreement that if one country is attacked, then the other country will also come to
their defense. Yes.
So it is not an alliance. But the entire focus is on strengthening each other's defense capacity and also building up sharing of capacities. For instance, intelligence sharing. For instance, if the Chinese submarines are in the Indo-Pacific area, then all our navies, all our satellites, etc., would be tracking. Then that information can be shared. And this is what does India really want? India does not want any other country to fight with us. We just want that our capacity needs to be strengthened, and we need equipment, we need platforms, absolutely cutting-edge technology. And that is coming to us from Russia, that is coming to us from Israel, coming to us from US. We also want that it should come to us from Japan. And the challenge is common, as Foreign Minister Jaishankar said, that there is a substantial convergence in outlook. So there is need for more coordination in foreign policy. So more coordination in foreign policy, and in security and defense side, more national build-up, more capacity building, and more state-of-the-art technology is expected in a partnership among the Quad members, India, Japan, Australia, and United States.
Okay. Dr. Panda, when the foreign minister says regional issues were discussed, would Sri Lanka have also figured there, given that Japan is a big donor, developmental donor to Sri Lanka? India, we've seen in its time of need how India has stood up and, given assistance, line of credits, etc., since the beginning of this year, to the tune of about $4 billion. We've seen the kind of, the row that erupted when their naval vessel docked at Hambantota. So would that have figured in the discussions?
Oh yes, of course. I think if we see the notings or the joint statement or the official briefings of any dialogue between Japan and India, there is always a significant note about, talking about the regional issues. So definitely, given the current situation in Sri Lanka, it goes without doubt saying that probably they would have discussed the Sri Lankan issue, particularly given the common interest both Japan and India are having on Sri Lanka. I think Japan would like to have a much more invested interest in Sri Lanka, not only on the commercial aspect, but also more from the security and maritime aspects. And the Indian stake will also be of a similar nature. But also most interestingly, if you see the joint statement, the official release which has been released after the 2+2 dialogue, is that there is a mention about Ukraine also. So it goes without saying that regional issues like Sri Lanka has been discussed. And the other thing is that I think the way the Sri Lankan episode has evolved all this while, given the Chinese interference, the BRI investment in the Sri Lankan different ports, and the kind of behavior the Chinese have maintained towards Sri Lanka during this crisis. I'm sure this must have encouraged both the foreign ministers and the defense ministers to talk with the Japanese counter, with each other about the Sri Lankan issue much more in a collaborative and futuristic sense, because Sri Lanka is right at the middle of the Indo-Pacific regions and critical towards for both the regions.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to leave it there. There are many aspects we can discuss, but due to shortage of time, Ambassador Aizawl and Dr. Banda, thank you very much for joining us on the show and sharing your insights with us. Thank you. And U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's second visit to the Ukrainian capital since Russia's February invasion comes as Ukraine reports progress in its efforts to retake territory seized by Russia near Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Blinken met Ukraine Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba Kuleba saw U.S. diplomats and visited the Children's Hospital in Kyiv, and is due to announce $2 billion aid in new foreign military financing to Ukraine and 18 other countries deemed at risk of future Russian aggression. More in this report.
Amid the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrived in Kiev on Thursday morning to hold a meeting with the U.S. Embassy staff. Blinken is due to announce $2 billion in new foreign military financing to Ukraine and 18 other countries at risk of future Russian aggression. Blinken met Ukraine Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, saw U.S. diplomats and visited a children's hospital where he met youngsters injured from Russian bombardments. Blinken's second visit to the Ukrainian capital since Russia's February invasion comes as Ukraine reported progress in its effort to retake territory seized by Russia near Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. Earlier, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, speaking at a meeting of dozens of defense ministers at Ramstein Air Base in Germany on Thursday, said that U.S. President Joe Biden had approved an additional $675 million weapons package for Ukraine. The meeting was held to discuss how to give Kiev long-term support in countering Russia's invasion. Washington has already provided more than $10 billion in military assistance to President Volodymyr Zelensky's government since Russian troops invaded on February 24th. The latest U.S. package will include more ammunitions, Humvees and anti-tank systems.
This contract group needs to position itself to sustain Ukraine's brave defenders for the long haul. And that means a continued and determined flow of capability now. It means moving urgently to innovate and to push all of our defense industrial bases to provide Ukraine with the tools that it will need for the hard road ahead.
Meanwhile, the United States has accused Moscow of committing a war crime by forcibly deporting Ukrainians to Russia and said it has information that members of President Vladimir Putin's administration are overseeing the so-called filtration operations. U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, told the UN Security Council that estimates from a variety of sources, including Moscow, indicate that Russian authorities have interrogated, detained and forcibly deported between 900,000 and 1.6 million Ukrainians to Russia.
And I want to be clear, the United States has information that officials from Russia's presidential administration are overseeing and coordinating these filtration operations. And we are further aware that Russian presidential administration officials are providing lists of Ukrainians to be targeted for filtration and receiving reports on the scope and the progress of operations.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said next year's budget would be a war budget, devoting over $27.07 billion to defense and security spending. In an evening video address, he also said social obligations such as pensions had to be covered in full. Non-critical expenses must be reduced as much as possible, he added. Zelensky reported good news from the Kharkiv region east of Kiev, saying some settlements had been recaptured from Russian forces. In his evening video address, he also thanked Ukrainian artillery troops for what he said were successful strikes against Moscow's forces in the south of Ukraine. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
And as the energy crisis looms over Europe, energy ministers of the European Union countries will meet on Friday to discuss setting a price ceiling on Russian gas imports to slash Russia's oil revenues and respond to a surge in energy prices. European countries are rushing to fill their underground facilities ahead of the winter session in a bid to prevent widespread industrial paralysis and more energy poverty. Some EU countries have also announced cutting usage of energy consumption amid fear of a complete shutdown of the Nord Stream pipeline by Russia.
European countries are rushing to fill their underground facilities ahead of the winter season in a bid to prevent widespread industrial paralysis and more energy poverty. It has become a national security priority in the wake of Russia's attack on Ukraine, with the possibility of a complete suspension of Russian flows looming over the European Union. The indefinite shutdown of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline by Russia has only raised fears of an imminent worst-case scenario, driving prices further up. Greek government officials outlined an energy-saving plan for the public service that includes installing someone to monitor that conservation measures are implemented, saying state entities will risk losing government funding if they fail to implement the measures.
Unfortunately, the ongoing war dramatically nourishes, acidifies and worsens this energy crisis as Russia intensifies its blackmail towards Europe, decreasing natural gas flows and spiking energy prices to unprecedented levels. The government mobilized from the first moment that clouds began to gather over the international energy markets, taking measures to support society.
Greek minister outlined a plan that first took form in June that includes asking for state employees to turn off heaters, air conditioners, computers and lights when leaving the building.
Reduce the air conditioning, maintain the heaters, remember to turn off the lights so we are not wasting energy. The lights on government buildings do not be still on at midnight. We are asking basic things.
Hungary also aims to cut gas consumption by 25% this heating season at public institutions and companies except for hospitals and social institutions due to surging energy costs.
With the exception of hospitals and residential social care institutions, we ordered a 25% reduction in gas consumption for state institutions and state-owned companies. By the next cabinet meeting, all ministers need to propose and, moreover, take measures that are needed to reach this goal.
Governments are now going on a shopping spree to stock as much gas as possible, both through pipelines and liquefied imports. Under a new European Union regulation, all member states are compelled to fill their gas storage capacity by 80% by 1st of November, a mark already reached on average but not individually. In the meantime, European Union energy ministers are set to meet for an emergency meeting in Brussels on Friday to discuss the response to soaring energy costs which are threatening people and businesses to ruin this winter. The European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen proposed measures on Wednesday to pull down rocketing gas and power prices. They include a European Union price cap on Russian gas, an EU-wide cut in electricity demand and a windfall levy on non-gas generators. European Union ministers will discuss the measures at their meeting. The Baltic states, long-time supporters of curbing Russian gas imports, are in favor of the cap alongside countries that do not rely on Moscow for fuel, including Portugal, which mainly imports liquefied natural gas from Nigeria and the United States. Others have warmed up to the idea after Russia further slashed gas deliveries to the bloc last month, but warned that unity among EU members would be needed to make it happen. Some Central and Eastern European states are wary, fearing the measure could cut them off entirely from already dwindling gas supplies. In a tough response to European and Western countries, President Vladimir Putin has warned them that Russia will stop supplying gas and oil to Europe if price caps are imposed. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
Britain's new Prime Minister Liz Truss capped soaring consumer energy bills for 2 years on Thursday in a package to limit the economic shock of the war in Ukraine that could cost the country more than £100 billion or about $115 billion US. With Britain facing a lengthy recession sparked by a near quadrupling of the household energy bills, Truss set out what she had described as bold and immediate action to protect consumers and businesses just 3 days after she took office.
As an energy crisis looms over Europe, Britain's new leader Liz Truss has put a cap on soaring consumer energy bills for 2 years in a package to limit the economic shock of the war in Ukraine that could cost the country more than £100 billion. With Britain facing a lengthy recession sparked by a near quadrupling of household energy bills, Truss set out what she described as bold and immediate action to protect consumers and businesses just 3 days after she took office. Truss told lawmakers in Parliament on Thursday that the 2-year energy price guarantee means average household bills will be no more than £2,500 a year for heating and electricity.
This government is moving immediately to introduce a new energy price guarantee that will give people certainty on energy bills. It will curb inflation and boost growth. This guarantee, which includes a temporary suspension of green levies, means that from the 1st of October, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 per year for each of the next 2 years while we get the energy market back on track. This guarantee supersedes the Ofgem price cap and has been agreed with energy retailers.
With wholesale gas prices remaining highly volatile, the government did not put a price on the package, but the support is expected to run into tens of billions of pounds and will be funded by government borrowing. Separately, the Treasury and the Bank of England will also address the extraordinary liquidity requirements faced by energy firms that Truss said would be worth £40 billion. Businesses will also be given support, but with details to come at a later date, but for 6 months rather than 2 years.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs. My right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will work with business to review where this should be targeted to make sure those most in need get support. This review will be concluded within 3 months, giving businesses certainty. In the meantime, companies with the wherewithal need to be looking for ways they can improve energy efficiency and increase direct energy generation.
With the announcement, the government expects the package to curb inflation by up to 5 percentage points. Consumer price inflation in Britain jumped to 10.1% in July, the highest since February 1982, and is forecast to rise to 13% in October. UK's inflation accelerated more than expected last month to the highest in 40 years, intensifying a squeeze on consumers and adding to pressure for action from the government and Bank of England.
This intervention is expected to curb inflation by up to 5 percentage points, bringing a reduction in the cost of servicing government debt. Thirdly, I'm announcing today that with the Bank of England, we will set up a new scheme worth up to £40 billion to ensure that firms operating in the wholesale energy market have the liquidity they need to manage price volatility. This will stabilise the market and decrease the likelihood that energy retailers need our support, like they did last winter, by increasing supply, boosting the economy and increasing liquidity in the market. We will significantly reduce the cost to government of this intervention.
Meanwhile, the opposition Labour Party questioned why the package wasn't partly funded by a windfall tax on the sector and why more wasn't being done to improve insulation. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has caused an energy crisis across Europe. Russia has choked off the supplies of cheap natural gas that the continent depended on for years to run factories, generate electricity and heat homes. Britain imports most of its natural gas, though largely from Norway, not Russia, and so is vulnerable to shifts in global prices. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
A delegation of American legislators visiting Taiwan amid escalated military tension between China and self-governed island called on President of Taiwan Tsai Ing-wen on Thursday. In the meeting, Taiwan President called for a high-standard trade deal with the United States. U.S. Representative Stephanie Murphy expressed her support to Tsai for such an agreement and also advocated greater participation of Taiwan in international organizations. On the other hand, China has strongly opposed U.S. lawmakers' visit and reacted with anger to such exchanges. More in this report.
Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen met the U.S. Representative Stephanie Murphy and other members of the U.S. delegation at the presidential office in Taipei on Thursday. The delegation of 8 U.S. lawmakers led by Stephanie Murphy, a Democrat from Florida, who sits on the House Armed Services Committee, arrived on Wednesday. This is the 6th visiting U.S. delegation after China's military exercises in early August. Taiwan's presidential office said in a statement that this demonstrates the high importance and support the United States attaches to Taiwan. President Tsai Ing-wen told the visiting group of U.S. lawmakers that Taiwan is confident it can sign a high-standard trade deal with the United States under a new talks framework.
Taiwan will continue to work with the United States to forge even closer trade and economic ties. We have already announced that negotiations under the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade will begin soon. We are confident that through this initiative, we can sign a high-standard trade agreement and advance bilateral trade development.
Washington and Taipei unveiled the U.S.-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade in June, just days after the Biden administration excluded the Chinese-claimed island from its Asia-focused economic plan designed to counter China's growing influence. Taiwan has long pushed for a broad free trade deal with the United States, its most important international backer and foreign arms supplier, even in the absence of formal diplomatic ties. The U.S. Representative Stephanie Murphy expressed her support to Tsai Ing-wen for such an agreement.
One of the most important things Congress can do right now is to deepen economic relationship with Taiwan, and in particular by pushing for a high-quality free trade agreement between the U.S. and Taiwan. We also cannot underestimate the power of cultural exchanges across academia, civil society, and government.
Stephanie Murphy also advocated greater participation of Taiwan in international organizations.
Congress should advocate for greater Taiwanese participation in international organizations. Taiwan has shown itself to be a responsible member of the international community, especially in public health issues, and it deserves to participate in international fora when appropriate.
Meanwhile, China has strongly opposed the U.S. lawmakers' visit to Taiwan and reacted with anger to such exchanges.
There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. The government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. China is firm in its determination to oppose Taiwan independence, separatism, and external interference. We urge the relevant U.S. politicians to abide by the One China principle and the 3 Sino-U.S. joint communiques and immediately halt all forms of official exchanges with Taiwan and immediately stop sending the wrong signals to the separatist forces for Taiwan independence. China will continue to take effective measures to resolutely safeguard our national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The de facto U.S. Embassy in Taiwan said the 8 lawmakers led by Stephanie Murphy, a Democrat from Florida who sits on the House Armed Services Committee, would be staying until Friday as part of a larger visit to the Indo-Pacific region. Newsnight Desk, DD India.
And France views Taiwan as a partner of stability in Asia-Pacific. French Senator Cyril Pellevat told reporters on Thursday during a visit to Taiwan's parliament. The delegation of 5 French lawmakers led by Pellevat also met Taiwan's Vice President William Lai earlier in the day, kicking off a trip that's set to last from 7th of September till the 12th of this month. The visit is the first by a high-level European country following a series of trips by U.S. officials and lawmakers. Speaking to the delegation, Lai said that the visit symbolized France's support towards Taiwan and sent a very important message to the international community that democracies can only prevent the rise of authoritarianism if they stick together. And in France, the island of Rauzic's windswept cliff tops should be teeming with gannets. But an unseasonal wave of bird flu on the French Atlantic coast this summer has devastated their numbers, alarming conservationists and poultry farmers. Thousands of seabirds have perished along France's western shores in the past weeks because of the viral infection, which usually strikes during autumn and winter months, raising fears that it may have become a year-round risk and endemic to French wildlife. That poses a danger for France's poultry industry, the European Union's second largest industry, which was forced to cull more than 19 million birds between November and May because of avian influenza, as bird flu is formally called. Rauzic is home to one of the world's rare colonies of northern gannets. Provost said that the bird flu ravaged the flock from early July, killing adults and leaving their chicks to starve. Bird flu is usually transmitted by infected migrating wild birds, feces, or direct contact with contaminated feed, clothing and equipment. Since late July, 7 new bird flu outbreaks have been confirmed on French farms, according to its Agriculture Ministry. In a setback to Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan, a Pakistani court on Thursday ruled that it would indict him on charges of contempt to court. If Imran Khan gets convicted, he could be disqualified from politics. His lawyer Faisal Chaudhry said that the court would indict Imran Khan at a hearing on the 22nd of September. Khan is accused of threatening a judge who ruled against one of his close aides, facing treason charges. The judges had given Khan several chances for him to reconsider an earlier response to the court, where he expressed regret over remarks rather than giving out an outright apology. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina paid obeisance at the Dargah of Sufi Saint Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti in Ajmer on Thursday. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister was given a red carpet welcome at the Dargah amid tight security arrangements. Earlier, Sheikh Hasina and a delegation reached the Jaipur International Airport by a special aircraft. She was received by State Education Minister B.D. Kalla and top officials upon her arrival. And now, some more news from around the world.
The second suspect connected to the mass stabbing spree of an indigenous community in Canada died shortly after being arrested by the police. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said the suspect, Miles Sanderson, went into medical distress shortly after being detained on Wednesday afternoon and died in custody. Initial reports said the suspect died due to self-inflicted injuries. Britain's National Cybersecurity Centre determines Iranian state-linked actors to almost certainly responsible for a cyber attack against Albanian government in July. Albania severs diplomatic relations with Iran, kicks out its diplomats blaming the Islamic Republic, a move Washington supports and vows action. The Iranian Foreign Ministry condemned the Albanian government's move to cut off diplomatic ties with Iran, saying it has been made under the influence of third parties. On Wednesday, Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama announced decision to terminate diplomatic ties with Iran after authorities found that Iran was behind the 15th of July cyber attack on Albania's government website, giving Iranian diplomats and embassy staff 24 hours to leave the country. French prosecutors have found no evidence that members of the French armed forces played a role in Rwanda's 1994 genocide. The French prosecutors have decided against reopening a case into the issue. France has struggled for decades with its role in failing to halt the killing by extremists from Hutu majority of more than 8 lakh Tutsis and moderate Hutus. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko met the governor of Russia's Murmansk region, Andrei Chibis, today. Lukashenko said rerouting of Belarusian exports through more Russian ports was of key importance. He added that Russian President Putin lent his support to the export of Belarusian goods to Asia via Russia's Arctic Sea route known as the Northern Sea Route. European reports edged lower on Thursday after European Central Bank delivered its biggest ever interest rate hike and clearest hawkish sign yet to fight against inflation, while shares of banks surged. The ECB raised its benchmark lending rate by 75 basis points in a major step to normalize inflation.
Britain's Queen Elizabeth II is under medical supervision recommended by her doctors at the Balmoral Castle in Scotland. The British monarch's doctors are concerned for her health following the evaluation. Buckingham Palace says that the Queen is comfortable and was at Balmoral. British Prime Minister Liz Truss expressed concern over the monarch's health in a tweet, saying that the thoughts of the people across the country are with the Queen and her family. As per news reports, the royal family members have been informed regarding the Queen's medical situation. Members of the family are reportedly on their way to Scotland. The Queen turned 96 this year in April. And that's it in Newsnight for tonight. Thanks for watching. Namaskar.
The joint completely hooked up with himself.
Okay, if you thought that practicing the world's most ancient, oldest martial art form is easy, think again. And on Y Factor this time, we will be talking to young Kalari warriors, Kalari Payattu warriors who are taking this legacy forward, on what it takes to be a Kalari warrior and what it takes to take this rich heritage forward in 2022. Watch Y Factor only on DD India.
You will meet one of India's leading accelerator.
We provide them domain as well as functional help. We bring in industry experts who work with these founders to help them grow. And of course, we give them funding access as well.
So what we do is we put in some kind of a seed investment. Domain experts would come on board. Then we have around 150 odd startups of community where all those startups would come together, cross-pollinate and let their business grow.
Behind the scenes of this massive achievement has been the Atal Innovation Mission and Niti Aayog.
Atal Tinkering Lab has had the greatest impact so far. Next year's goal is really to lay the foundation for the next 5 years of India's innovation ecosystem.
You talked about agitation. Agitation is welcome in a democracy, but taking law into your hands in an aggressive way, do you think that's why in the 17th Lok Sabha your numbers of members of parliament dropped?
Any of the politician never will say we should take law in our own hand, because we are the lawmaker and sitting in this parliament, how can we say that we should take law? Because for that there are courts, laws are there, they have to be implemented.
Big ideas, big dreams, and big achievements. Meet and learn from successful startup founders. Watch StartupChampions 2.0.
संकट की घड़ी में हम पासपोर्ट के रंग नहीं देखते। अपनों के लिए जो भी करना पड़ता है पूरी शक्ति लगाकर करते हैं।
Namaskar. Welcome to the special presentation titled Leaving None Behind, Modi Mantra of Humanitarian Approach. This is an exhaustive compilation of major evacuations carried out during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's regime, a big first in Indian news space. India has nearly 14 million non-resident Indians officially in at least 208 countries, about 18 million PIOs who are foreign citizens, not to mention tourists and travelers, which means that there is no conflict in the world that doesn't or hasn't affected an Indian. What you're going to see now on your television sets the tone for the diplomatic ascent of Prime Minister Modi, a leader known for his decisiveness. How he has been a game changer for Indian foreign policy with diplomacy well anchored in goal-oriented statecraft. Viewers, for the first time on Indian television, DD India brings to you gritty stories of most daunting evacuations carried out under most precarious circumstances and how India stood its ground for its own. June 12, 2014. Disturbing news trickles in from strife-torn Iraq. Islamic State making rapid territorial gains. ISIS intrudes into Tikrit. Civil war between ISIS and Iraqi army escalates. Contingent of Indian nurses deployed in Tikrit hospital comes under severe attack by ISIS. Indian and Iraqi nurses found themselves in midst of crackle of bullets followed by grenade explosions.
The Indian nationals who are nurses who were in the hospital in Tikrit. My understanding is that approximately a short while ago they have moved to another location. The Ministry of External Affairs has been in regular touch with our embassy in Baghdad and through the embassy with a variety of interlocutors on the ground.
46 Indian nurses stranded in the hospital amongst the other hospital staff. This augured bad news for their families back home and the Indian government.
46 nurses, Indian nurses who were working in Tikrit were trapped in a hotel. These girls were staying in the third floor of that hotel, and ISIS had occupied all the ground floors. But just think, in their complete ordeal, which lasted till about 30th June, that's about 18 days, the ISIS never touched them. Also at this time, the ISIS had captured about 41 construction nationals, Indian nationals at Mosul. So it was quite a situation.
It was official. ISIS occupied ground floor of hospital.
It's been a difficult time for us both at headquarters in New Delhi as well as for our mission and mission personnel in Iraq.
Hospital staff, including patients, were hoarded up on the second floor. Incessant fighting continued on ground floor. For days on end, the nurses lived in perpetual fear of being assaulted and executed at the hands of their ISIS captors, known for committing unspeakable atrocities against women.
We are committed, as you are aware.
Throughout their ordeal, the Indian embassy in Baghdad steadfastly stepped in
to depart.
Escape, which was dramatic and unprecedented, was credited to Indian government. It was just weeks after Narendra Modi had sworn in as the Prime Minister with a very new cabinet.
When Prime Minister Modi took over, he continued this tradition, and of course he's gone on to many more highs, right? And this was the first payoff for him.
By our estimation, there are approximately, since the mobile team started working in these three places, that is Karbala, Najaf and Basra, 1,500 Indians have registered to leave. There are some others who we are working with in terms of their coming to a considered decision on whether they would like to leave or not.
It is believed that the then MEA was continuously in touch with all major countries, including Saudi Arabia and Iraq. It is also believed that New Delhi activated informal channels and established peripheral contacts with ISIS and other splinter groups in Iraq to precipitate the rescue of Indian nurses.
The government of India bargained with ISIS, established contact. They established contact through Baghdad. They established contact through, Libya and Syria, and the other good offices which we have, and the historical and cultural linkages which we have with the Middle East and West Asia came good at this time. Can you imagine that these 46 nurses were handed over at Erbil on the ISIS border to Indian authorities?
The Indian Foreign Ministry later refused to identify interlocutors who had negotiated the release of the nurses.
About 20 to 25,000 Indians who were trapped in Iraq at this point of time. The government of India managed to get across to most of them. Around 5,000 Indians were filtered out from the war zone, brought to Baghdad, and they were flown out by various means. Also, another about 15,000 odd Indians were contacted, and they were advised to go into safe zones, and they went into safe zones, and they continued to be safe there.
After 23 days of traumatic experience, the nurses, unscathed and unharmed, finally boarded the flight on July 5th and returned home. Their families heaved a sigh of relief, and so did the entire nation.
It was actually a measure of success that we were able to establish contact with ISIS. Backroom channels started functioning, and things, were taken to their logical conclusion. And it was good for the government because this was the first time they came across such a problem, and it was concluded successfully. I remember Madam Sushma Swaraj telling in the parliament, look, I am like a mother waiting for all mother chicken, waiting for mother hen waiting for all the chicken to come home.
In the spring of March 2015, Yemen started exploding. Royal Saudi Air Force led a coalition of Arab states in attacking the Shiite Houthi rebels, preceded by the tumultuous week, Houthi guerrillas toppling the government of President Abd Ruba Mansour Hadi and taking over large parts of the country.
Operation Rahat in Yemen, which happened in the month of March 2015, was a sequel to the breakout of war in Yemen between Saudi Arabia and its allies and the Iran-backed Houthi rebels.
Fighting raged between Houthi rebels and Yemeni government, leaving thousands of Indians stranded in Yemen. In no time, Indian government under Prime Minister Narendra Modi swung into action with the launch of Operation Rahat.
Operation Rahat was a very challenging operation. The land route was blocked. The airspace of Yemen was declared as no-flying zone, and there were pirates in the sea. Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi spoke to the King of Saudi Arab and asked for help. After that, we got permission to fly from Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, but that too for 3 hours a day.
India had to launch an operation to rescue and bring out all the diaspora elements of the Indian diaspora, particularly, who were there present at that time.
Anticipating further hostilities, India was first country to respond to situation. India's rescue efforts in Yemen were codenamed Operation Rahat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally spoke to the King Salman of Saudi Arabia to seek a safe passage for the Indian nationals and evacuation efforts.
Prime Minister Modi, over a period of time, in fact, at that time was just about a year in that he was in the seat of power, had established a rapport, and particularly with the Middle Eastern countries, and outreach had been established, by which recognition of Indian political capability, its outreach to the people, etc., was all being recognized by them. So obviously an intervention at the highest political level by the Prime Minister himself ensured that the correct instructions were passed by the Saudi authorities also.
External Affairs Ministry of India, Defence Ministry, Shipping Ministry, Railways Ministry, Navy, Army and Indian Air Force were all activated.
The person made in charge of this by Prime Minister Modi was none other than General V.K. Singh, the former Chief of the Army Staff, who brought a very typical Army angle to the entire planning process. First of all, in very typical military fashion, a command and control center was set up in the Kempinski Hotel in Djibouti. Djibouti became the nodal hub for this entire operation. There was a combination of merchant shipping and Indian naval shipping, both of them involved in it in terms of sea vessels. There was also a fair number of C-17 aircraft of the Indian Air Force which were also involved. But they got involved only once the Indian citizens and the foreign elements were brought out from Yemen, from the 4 cities of Yemen, that is Sana'a, Aden, Mukalla and Hudedu. They were brought out from there, brought onto the ships, the merchant vessels, 2 merchant vessels and 3 naval ships, and brought to the port of Djibouti.
India rescued the beleaguered foreign nationals. These countries included Bahrain, Bangladesh, Canada, Cuba, Czech Republic, Egypt, France, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, Romania, Sri Lanka, Slovenia, Syria, Uganda, amongst others.
It is important to note that besides 4,640 Indian citizens who were brought out from there, there were in addition 960 foreign citizens. Now this is the only instance of a country acting to bring out its citizens and also going to the extent of bringing out from a difficult situation such as this, foreign citizens who are people who are not your own citizens.
The airlift concluded on April 9th, while the evacuation by sea ended on April 11th, 2015. According to reports, on 6th of April, at least 23 countries had requested Indian assistance in evacuating their citizens from Yemen.
This is one of the most horrific days that Nepal had experienced in past about 18 years until then. that had left millions displaced, thousands were killed, and at least 100,000 were injured. There was a total chaos all around Nepal, I would like to say.
25th April 2015, the deadliest day in the history of mountains. Earthquake with magnitude of 7.8 to 8.1 killed more than 8,000 people, injuring more than 21,000 people in neighboring Nepal. The earthquake also triggered an avalanche on Mount Everest, killing at least 22. The earthquake triggered another huge avalanche in the Latang Valley, where 250 people were reportedly missing. Hundreds and thousands of Nepalese were made homeless, with entire villages flattened across many districts of the Himalayan kingdom. India's response started within 15 minutes.
मेरे प्यारे नेपाल के भाइयों बहनों, हिंदुस्तान आपके दुख में आपके साथ है.
He was in office in less than a year, and there was this mammoth earthquake that hit Nepal. So it was also a test of Modi's character, because he has been known to be a super government specialist, the kind of person that he has been, the way he has performed in past, the way he had taken care of his own home state Gujarat. That was the time for the world to see how Modi cares about his neighbors, and also more so in particular for Nepal.
India was the first country to respond to the catastrophe by launching this full-fledged rescue and relief operation titled Operation Maitri.
India was on ground, I think, almost within 6 hours, with his 4 flights that was full of close to 300 professionals who were trained in rescue and relief operations. They had brought tons of those relief materials, including the medicines and water tanks and many other things. Then we also found that there were about 10 more flights that came the next day. So definitely India was one of the first, arguably the first one, to land on Nepalese soil immediately after the earthquake had hit Nepal.
Kathmandu and Pokhara were used as bases for helicopters to fly to the affected areas. Indian Armed Forces evacuated over 5,000 persons, while nearly 700 foreign tourists were provided transit visas.
The army and the other relief professionals, I think, were instantly engaged to give the relief to Nepalese people who were suffering, let's say, more on the health ground at that moment, and then also in excavation and few other things that followed later on. So yes, I recall it very vividly. India was the first one to arrive in Nepal, and that also within 6 hours.
Indian Army successfully evacuated foreign nationals from US, UK, Russia and Germany. Striding up efforts to help rebuild Nepal, India also sent collective relief material of at least 24 tons to the interior areas.
So yes, I think India's role was very vital to an extent. I think it was critical, not only during that period of crisis for the rescue and other immediately needed operations, but also afterwards when it came to build, let's say, the infrastructures, mostly, let's say, in the sector of health, education, the cultural heritages. India was one of the most prominent, distinct and generous supporter of Nepal's relief work.
What has happened from the time our Prime Minister has taken over till now? That potential has become a kinetic. Take any evacuation, take any disaster, that tradition has been built up. Our National Disaster Response Force has come of age. NDMA has also come of age. Our Foreign Ministry has come of age. There's a synergy which is built up. Today, India is considered a powerhouse by UN or any other aid agencies to respond to disaster relief operations, humanitarian assistance, or even any kind.
India under Prime Minister Modi's regime has been one of those countries to have remarkably successful in carrying out evacuations, marking a radical shift in foreign policy. Prime Minister Modi has aced up tackling hostage and humanitarian crises unfolding on foreign soil time and again. Kabul evacuation, or getting back Indians from strife-torn Ukraine, or getting back Indians safe and sound from South Sudan, Modi government demonstrated that prizes of life of its own nationals residing in foreign lands would not be abandoned to their fate.
Mr. Prime Minister, that we share the depth of sorrow and grief that the people of Belgium have experienced in the last 8 days. My deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones to the terror strikes in Brussels last week. Having experienced terrorist violence ourselves on countless occasions, we share your pain. Mr. Prime Minister, in this time of crisis, the whole of India stands in full support and solidarity with Belgian people.
बेल्जियम में कभी टेररिस्ट हादसा नहीं हुआ था और लोग कहते हैं कि सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद तक कभी ऐसा कोई अटैक नहीं हुआ, तो ये एक बहुत दुखनाक डास्टार्डली चीज है.
On March 22nd, Belgium woke up to a rude shock. 3 coordinated suicide bombings occurred in Belgium. 2 at Brussels Airport in Zeventon and 1 at Maalbeek metro station in central Brussels.
Belgium and Brussels are not places which are used to seeing terrorist attacks. And so therefore, when on the early morning of 22nd March 2016, there were coordinated terrorist bombings at the Zaventem airport, which is the Brussels airport, and at a major metro station. For all of us, alarm bells rang. But for me and the Indian embassy, it was particularly a difficult time because at that moment, 4 aircrafts of Jet Airways were at the airport in Brussels.
32 civilians and 3 perpetrators were killed and more than 300 people injured. One of the first countries to respond to terror attack was India. A Jet Airways flight evacuated at least 242 Indians, including 28 Jet Airways crew members who had been stranded in Brussels.
We set all action stations in the embassy. All the officers and staff members rushed to the embassy, and we started using our friends and contacts with the Belgians to try and ascertain. We also tried to reach out to Jet Airways, and I can tell you it took me about 1 hour that somebody in the Jet Airways airport staff, and they were all people known to us, picked up the phone and said that he was not very sure, but he felt that most people were safe, although the matter was a complete chaos out there.
2 jet flights left for Amsterdam from India, while 1 brought back 242 passengers to India. The other took off to Newark.
About 800 or 900 Indians who were there in these aircraft were to take the flights towards USA and Canada on one side and back to Delhi and Bombay on the other. They were stranded out there, but the Belgians made arrangements for them to be moved to a place somewhere close to the airport. We then galvanized the embassy into different teams, as well as the Indian community there, to try and reach these people there, at least for the evening, look after them, give them some succor, and then we would take things forward. Because you can imagine that Brussels itself was under a lockdown. This was our greatest responsibility. And what do we do to them? And the decision taken was that they would be evacuated to Amsterdam, from where Jet Airways would fly them on to their onward destination. Coordinating all of this was an exercise that not only demanded the Indian embassy in Brussels to be fully engaged, but to be in constant coordination with the Belgian authorities, with the authorities in India, and with our embassy in the Netherlands in Den Haag, because we had to do a cross-country evacuation by road. And this at a time when Belgium and the entire Western Europe was on high alert. Prime Minister Modi came to Brussels within a week of this happening. He was the first senior member of the global political leadership to come to Brussels. We had an India-EU summit, which was not postponed. There was another meeting with the Belgians. And when he landed in Brussels, the first set of acts was to go to this metro station where this young Indian had lost his life, lay a wreath there, and make reference to this. His particular involvement with this particular thing was deeply appreciated by the Indian community, and let me say by the Belgians, who looked at it that India was doing for its own citizens, for people of Indian origin, but also stood with the Belgians in their need of arms.
साउथ सूडान में लगभग 600 भारतीय हैं, जिनमें से 450 जूबा में ही हैं और लगभग 150 जूबा के बाहर हैं। इस समय लड़ाई जूबा में हो रही है। हमारे लिए भारतीयों की सुरक्षा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है और इसलिए हमने अगर स्थिति बिगड़ती है तो अपने लोगों को निकालने का पूरा प्रबंध कर लिया है।
Battle of Juba of 2016 was a series of clashes in South Sudan, capital of Juba, between rival factions of the Sudan People's Liberation Army, loyal to President Salva Kiir and Vice President Riek Machar. Overall, at least 300 people were killed, reportedly, including at least 33 civilians and 2 Chinese UN peacekeepers. 11 Ugandans were also among the dead. Approximately 36,000 civilians fled parts of the city due to the clashes. Government of India was the first country to respond to the situation by launching Operation codenamed Sankat Mochan on July 13th, under which at least 153 Indians and 2 citizens of Nepal were evacuated from war-torn South Sudan.
So Operation Sankat Mochan was one such instance where the government responded to the SOS calls from our Indian citizens with a great sense of urgency and purpose. The Sankat Mochan operation was in fact launched to evacuate stranded Indian nationals in South Sudan on the 14th of July 2016 in the wake of the violent clashes between government and rebel forces that suddenly erupted in the capital city of Juba. Well, I had the privilege and the onerous responsibility of heading the Indian mission in Juba during that crisis. And amidst the spate of violence that hit the capital city and with a fast deteriorating security situation, a challenging task of organizing and coordinating this part of the evacuation process on this part of the country in South Sudan. It fell upon me and my small team in the embassy.
Minister of State for External Affairs General Retired V.K. Singh led the team of Ministry of External Affairs officials who went to Juba on board Indian Air Force aircraft to bring back safe the Indian nationals on 14th and 15th of July.
हमारा मंत्रालय बहुत सजग है और कभी भी कहीं भी भारतीय अगर फंसते हैं तो उसके बारे में हम सोचते हैं। इसमें हमारे पास भारतीयों ने कहा कि उनको दिक्कत है, वहाँ पर एक तरह से गृह युद्ध है और हमारा पूरा प्रयत्न रहेगा कि हम सबको यहाँ पर सुरक्षित लेकर आएं और हमेशा अपने देश का जो भरोसा है इस सरकार पर उसको पूरा करें।
The evacuation operation was conceived, in fact, and executed from New Delhi by the PMO and the Ministry of External Affairs in coordination with the Indian Air Force and the other services, and included several other allied agencies as well. So the well-being and safety of Indian nationals was of paramount importance to the government of India, and in this regard the PMO and the Ministry of External Affairs extended steadfast support monitoring the security situation constantly and in ensuring that contingency plans were put in place for operationalizing and evacuation at very short notice as and when required. The crisis management meeting chaired by our Prime Minister authorized External Affairs Minister to appoint a team to oversee the evacuation exercise.
Operation Sankat Mochan is the first big evacuation effort in a year after Operation Rahat evacuated at least 4,000 citizens of India and other countries in July 2015 from Yemen.
सर हम लोग का फैसिलिटी बोले तो हमारा भारत गवर्नमेंट बहुत अच्छा फैसिलिटी दिया है सर, खाना पीना। अब तो फिर उधर से आया हमारा इंडियन नेवी जैसा स्वागत किया हम लोग का, सिक्योरिटी के साथ साथ हम लोग का अच्छा फूड, अच्छा खाना, मेडिकल का बंदोबस्त सब कुछ अच्छे से किया सर।
We took aircraft, Indian Air Force aircraft C-17 there, with another one coming in depending on number of people who want to come out. As per our information, there were about 550 plus people in Zuba itself, and there are about 150 Indians in area where the oil wells are, where they service the various oil companies. For them to go out from South Sudan is easier because they can go into Sudan from there, which is not a war zone. So far as these 550 people are concerned, when we landed out there, 156 have come out with us. There are about 30-40 people who had already booked their tickets, and once the commercial flight started, they have taken those because the tickets were already there. And there are about 300 people who do not want to get evacuated because of the business concerns and other activities that they have out there.
And the team arrived in Juba on the morning of 14 July, along with two C-17 Globemasters IAF aircrafts. The team departed the same day, carrying with them a very visibly relieved and grateful group of 155 Indian nationals. The evacuated Indians included about 10 women and 3 infants as well.
The uprising in Libya had overthrown and killed long-ruling dictator Muammar Gaddafi. Since Gaddafi's death, various rival factions jostled for power.
We sent a bunch of Central Reserve Police Force contingent of just 15 people to participate in the UN peacekeeping mission. CRPF participates in the United Nations peacekeeping mission in Libya. And while they are trying to impart training to the UN-supported government in Libya and trying to build a police force for the Libyan nationalists, there comes the opposition. Because Libya is a country of factions, Libya is a country of warring tribes, the opposition Libyan National Army threatened to take over the Tripoli airport. And our people were posted, the 15 CRPF personnel were posted around or not far from the airport. So the Indian government had to step in and evacuate the CRPF personnel, the 15 CRPF personnel.
The infighting escalated in 2019 with the launch of a military campaign known as Western Libya Campaign, initiated on 4th of April 2019 by Operation Flood of Dignity of the Libyan National Army.
We are focusing on a slightly different set of circumstances, and also we will be looking at the evacuation of non-civilian. These are a bunch of 15 Central Reserve Police Force people who were evacuated in April 2019. So the question needs to be asked as to what they were doing in the first place in Libya.
With the security situation on ground rapidly deteriorating in Libya, the then External Affairs Minister of India, Srimati Sushma Swaraj, in April 2019 announced that an entire contingent of CRPF troops were removed from the conflict zone. The Indian government initiated massive evacuation plan to rescue the maroon people from the country, including its CRPF personnel. With the situation exacerbating, the Indian government foresaw the possibility of the crisis evolving into a long drawn-out conflict.
In order to do this kind of an evacuation, you had to be in contact with several actors. One, the United Nations, because technically these people were part of the UN peacekeeping mission. Secondly, the Western countries, particularly the United States, which also withdrew part of its forces. So we had to really be in close touch with the Western countries. And of course, the Libyan Authority, to the extent there was a Libyan Authority. We also had to do this in record time, which we did. So that is something to the credit, I thought, of the Modi government, because this was not a classic case of evacuating civilians. Evacuation of Indian citizens, Indian personnel like the CRPF is an extremely challenging, sensitive, and a task that involves coordination with multiple actors. It's not easy, but Libya was a very different and unique case. First of all, these were not members of our armed forces. They were members of our Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF. Secondly, they were loaned to the UN peacekeeping mission. So to some extent, it was a shared responsibility between UN and the Indian government, and we had to pull them out at the earliest opportunity, because otherwise there would have been, we essentially perceived a very serious threat to the lives of these peacekeeping forces.
Well, executing an evacuation is an Herculean task. The fluidity of situation makes it incredibly difficult for governments to draw up a blueprint amidst perpetual volatility. Country can be severely constrained in case it does not share a conducive border with the nation it plans to pull out, particularly in a situation of hostile takeover like what India did in the case of Yemen or Iraq, which essentially involved negotiations with various stakeholders. That is the most critical part. Be it Tikrit hostage situation in 2014 or Yemen-Saudi war in 2016.
ऑपरेशन देवी शक्ति के तहत अफगानिस्तान से सैकड़ों साथियों को भारत लाया जा रहा है। चुनौतियां बहुत हैं, हालात मुश्किल है, लेकिन गुरु कृपा भी हम पर बनी हुई है। हम लोगों के साथ पवित्र गुरु ग्रंथ साहब के स्वरूप को भी शीर्ष पर रखकर भारत लाए हैं।
Taliban and its allied militant groups started a widespread offensive after the withdrawal of most US troops from Afghanistan. Taliban took over the country after Kabul fell, resulting in the collapse of Afghan government. Peace talks in Doha went sideways.
15th of August 2021 onwards, there was only one Taliban who was in control of everything in Afghanistan, including Kabul and outskirts of Kabul airport. US embassy had already shifted to the Kabul airport, and our embassy, the mission, which otherwise would have coordinated the whole thing, was also being evacuated simultaneously. So there was a very little which the embassy could do, and the new government in place was not at all friendly.
On August 15, 2021, Taliban terrorists walked into Kabul, declared themselves in Afghanistan's rulers.
The Haqqani network, which is totally supported by Pakistan, was in control of Kabul. So this complicated the issues.
Panic and fear swept across the country after the fall of Kabul, multitude of city residents flocking airport in a desperate attempt to fly out of the country. It was a complete mayhem amidst which Indian government had to ensure safe exit of its nationals.
The embassy was being evacuated simultaneously. People of Indian nationality were also being evacuated. Generally, the Indian nationals would go to the embassy would guide them onto the airport, give them the return visas, and things would happen. Here, nothing like that was happening. The people were coming to the airport. Airport was outskirts were under Taliban, and there was no coordination with Taliban.
Indian authorities anticipated there would come a time when New Delhi will have to decide whether to stay put or extricate itself from Afghanistan. With India anticipating a humanitarian crisis emerging in Afghanistan, it had already laid the groundwork for initiating a swift evacuation campaign. India had two overriding concerns.
Now, to make the matter worse, when the aircraft lands at Kabul airport, the ATC fortunately was still with the USA. When it lands at the Kabul airport, there were hardly any refueling facilities. There were hardly any facilities for eating, boarding, lodging, and the security of the aircraft itself was a question mark. Hence, it became very complicated at times. Most of the time, the aircraft had to go to Dushanbe in Tajikistan, refuel there, and wait there till a clearance is given for them to come, touch down, pick up the passengers as soon as possible and take off.
Firstly, it didn't share a contiguous border with Afghanistan, which meant that the evacuation had to be carried out at a broader level with an all-embracing approach. Secondly, India had no security footprints in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan evacuation was a very well coordinated operation which was complex in nature, and this type of operation of evacuation, if I recollect, had never been done in the past, where the airport is in the hostile area, the airport surroundings are hostile, the government in power is hostile, and threat to life and property is immense.
At a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on August 17th directed officials to ensure safe evacuation of all Indians from Afghanistan and provide refuge to Afghan Sikhs and Hindus wanting to come to India.
National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Doval, was himself controlling the whole operation. The MEA, the CDS, Late General Bipin Rawat, the Air Force and the Defence Forces, including the civil aviation. They were all in one huddle, and we were trying to carry out this evacuation in a very coordinated manner.
Operation Ganga was one of the Modi government's daunting mission to evacuate Indians from a strife-torn region. This time it was Ukraine. On February 15, 2022, the Indian Embassy in Ukraine issued its first advisory, urging Indian nationals to immediately evacuate the country in the run-up to the full-fledged war. Despite multiple advisories by the government, an estimated 16 to 20,000 Indian nationals remained in the Eastern European country.
It did come as a big surprise, definitely not only to India, but I think to the whole world, when Russia attacked on the 24th of February. And the first concern and interest as far as India is concerned was that we had about more than 20,000 students and Indian nationals in Ukraine.
Modi government thereafter launched an evacuation mission codenamed Operation Ganga to bring back Indians via chartered flights from neighboring Poland, Romania and Hungary. It must be mentioned that the Ukrainian airspace by then was closed for civilian aircraft from February 24th morning onwards.
Ukraine is such a large country geographically, territorially, and our students are spread out over the whole of the country. So how to get them back, how to evacuate them, I think that was the big challenge, a huge challenge that stared India in the face. And Prime Minister Modi showed leadership by reaching out to both the Russian President Vladimir Putin as well as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the same day that this special military operation was launched on the 24th of February.
As such, the Indian embassy in Ukraine had to coordinate with the embassies in neighboring countries in Poland, Romania and Hungary for the creation of safe evacuation channels.
Diplomacy should be allowed to take its way. There should be negotiations, there should be discussions, there should be dialogue, and a solution should be found through dialogue. But along with that, he also mentioned about the very strong interest of India to evacuate its own people from there. And that is when it started. Of course, getting our